dear guests of the event. Today we are here in this room to hold International Metro Session of Women in STEM. We have guests from 5 countries, and today we are holding this event.
Let us remind about the device. The device is multilingual translator. To adjust the volume, please use the right and left buttons on the device. Right to increase the volume and left to decrease the volume. To change the language channel, use the middle button. To do this, press and hold the middle button until the channel number changes. Then, quickly press it again to select. Please note, Channel 1 for Russian, Channel 5 for English, and channel 15 is specifically for Indonesia. Make sure you have selected the correct language channel. If you have any problems, our technical team is ready to help. There is a Q&A session. Let me tell about the Q&A session that will be at the present. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Bela Negara. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Mentoring Session, Women in STEM, part of the Forum Dialogue of Women of High-Tech Industries of Russia and Indonesia, held at the Republic of Indonesia Defense University. Before we begin, let's take a moment to express our gratitude. We are thankful for the opportunity to gather here today and for the wisdom, strength, and the guidance provided to us. Honorable Rector of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, Lieutenant General Tani retired Dr. Anton Nugroho, MMD, MA. Honorable distinguished delegates and speakers from Russia, Belarus, Egypt, Turkey, Namibia, and Indonesia. Honorable Dr. Kenny Rina Sunario, Head of Women's Development Division of the Indonesian Nuclear Society and President of ICWITI. Honorable Ms. Alexandra V. Ryabek, Head of the Rosatom Women's Community. All women experts, lecturers, and students participating in today's event. We are honored by your presence. I'm First Sergeant Major Cadet Nashua Kalista Imtiaz, and I will serve as your Master of Ceremony for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, no, we are in the opening session. Let us sing our country's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. To all audience, please stand up. Thank you. The next session was a group photo. To all attendees, please occupy the photo session. The next session was a group photo. To all attendees, please occupy the photo position. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure the smooth running of our event this morning, let us pray together. This prayer will be led by First Sergeant Major Cadet Jihan Safira.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Prayer start.
Your present for all your infinite grace, guidance, and gift. So today we can gather in a meaningful event, focus group discussion, forum dialogue of women of high-tech industry of Russia and Indonesia. O Allah, the Almighty and all-unifying God, unite our hearts, women from the Indonesian and Russian high technology industry, in a spirit of sisterhood and collaboration. Make this meeting a solid bridge for the exchange of knowledge, experience, and innovating ideas. Strengthen bilateral relations between our two countries, especially in advancing the role of women in the high-tech sector. O Allah, the all-knowing God, grant to all of us, the participant in this FGD, intelligence, wisdom, and ease in understanding and conveying ideas. Let every conversation, discussion, and decision produced today bring great benefit not only for ourselves, but also for the progress of our industry, nation, and country, as well as for the benefit of humanity. O Allah, accept our deaths and prayers. Forgive all our sin and mistake. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Next, let us listen to the welcoming remarks from the Rector of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, represented by the Vice Rector for Academic and Planning Affairs. Please welcome Major General TNI Dr. Nugraha Gumilar, MSc.
Tes. Because the rector cannot attend this event, he has another agenda, so he ordered me to represent this event. I would like to read the remarks of rector regarding to the international mentoring session, Women in STEAM, Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. Distinguished guests from the Russian Federation, Belarus, Egypt, Turkey, and partner nations, esteemed representative from the Association of Women in the Nuclear Industries, Rosatom State Atomic Energy Corporation, the National Research and Innovation Agency, the Council of the Eurasian Women's Forum and the International Council for the Support and Development of Women in Industry and Technology. And then, dear colleagues from the Indonesian Nuclear Society, honorable faculty members, respected researchers, and beloved students, the Republic Indonesian Defense University. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Santi Santio, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and peace upon us all. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with the great honor and privilege that I stand before you today to officially open this international mentoring session on women in STEAM, which marks the beginning of the forum dialogue of women of the high-tech industries of Russia and Indonesia. This gathering represents far more than an academic event. It symbolizes a commitment to building bridge across nation, discipline, and generation in pursuit of sustainable development through science, technology, and innovation. Today, mentoring session brings together accomplished women leaders, researchers, and engineers from Indonesia, Russia, Belarus, Egypt, Turkey, the Kyrgyz Republic, and beyond. These remarkable individuals have broken barriers, challenged stereotypes, and demonstrated exceptional leadership in nuclear technology, renewable energy, engineering, and other high-tech industries. Their presence here today provides our students, particularly our female cadets and scholars, with invaluable role models and tangible proof the excellence in STEM knows no gender boundaries. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Indonesia Defense University is proud to host this pioneering initiative. Our faculties of medicine, pharmacy, technology, science, and engineering educate the next generation of professionals who will safeguard our nation's security and contribute to its technological advancement. The nuclear industry, in particular, offers tremendous opportunities for international cooperation and sustainable development. As Indonesia explores peaceful application of nuclear technology for energy generation, healthcare, agriculture, and research, the expertise and experiment shared during this forum will prove invaluable. This partnership between HIMNI and Win Russian, supported by Rosatom and BRIN, exemplifies the kind of international scientific diplomacy that can advance both national interests and global well-being. To our international guests, I extend Indonesian traditional hospitality and gratitude for your willingness to share your knowledge and experience with our students. To our students, I offer this encouragement, seizing this opportunity with both hands, listen carefully, ask truthful questions, and build networks that will support your professional development for years to come. As we look toward the future, the collaboration between Indonesia and Russia in high-tech industries, the sharing of best practice for women's advancement in STEM, and the building of international professional networks all contribute to a more peaceful, prosperous and sustainable world. These are two foundations upon which lasting partnerships are built. Partnership based not on competition but on mutual respect, shared learning, and common purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, let this international mentoring session mark not an ending but a beginning, the beginning of new friendship, new collaboration, and new possibilities for women in STEM across our nation. With this word, it is my distinct pleasure to officially declare the International Mentoring Session Women in STEM open. That concludes my remarks. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om. Thank you very much, Rector of Republic of Indonesia Defense University, Dr. Anton Nugroho, MMD SMA, Lieutenant General. Thank you.
Thank you to the Vice Rector for the welcoming remarks and for opening today's program. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the main program, the International Mentoring Session, Women in STEM. This mentoring session is held as part of the large-scale forum dialogue of women of high-tech industries of Russia and Indonesia, Cooperation for Sustainable Development of Industry and Technology. The event is organized by the Indonesian Nuclear Society, HIMNI, and the Rosatom Women's Community, with the support of a Rosatom State Corporation, BRINT, and the Council of the Eurasian Women's Forum, under the Federation Council of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation. The mentoring sessions are a well-established and effective format of group mentoring for female students in technical fields, conducted by the Rosatom Women's Community at universities in Russia and abroad. I'm honored to officially declare the mentoring session open and invite the respected moderator and speakers of the first part of the session to come up to the stage and take their seat. The session will be moderated by Anna Beloknyeva, head of the Rosatom Regional Office for Indonesia. To Ms. Anna Beloknyeva, the time and place are welcome.
Dear colleagues, my name is Anna Belokonyeva. I am from Rosatom State Corporation, Russia. Salamat pagi. Good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today, and it's a great honor for me to be a moderator of this session. And I would like to thank our host today, Rector of the University of Defense and Vice Rector, Dr. Nugroho Gumilar. Thank you very much for your opening speech. Thank you, dear professors, which are present here today. And I would like also to thank our distinguished guests, speakers from different countries. Thank you for coming. Some of you made a very long trip to get here to share your experience with Indonesian students. And of course, I would like to thank students participating today at this event, at the mentoring session, Women in STEM. I'm very glad to see today women students, and I'm also very glad to see male students today. I think that for male students, it will be also very important to understand that your friends, girl students, they face difficulties during their studies, during their careers in STEM specialties. So please support them in their career route. And for the girls who are present here today, for the students, I would like to say that I think today you will have a fantastic opportunity to be inspired by wonderful women from different countries who are present here today, which are so kind to share their experience in their careers, in their research, in their scientific work. And please take this opportunity to ask them questions and to discuss all the issues and problems which are important for you with them. Because today you have a fantastic opportunity to be inspired by women who can be wonderful examples of success for you in your studies, in your research, and in your career. Why this topic is important, why it's important to speak about women in STEM, and why we organize these events. By the way, this event is one of many mentoring sessions which we organize internationally in different countries together with our international partners. And today we are very thankful to Geni Irina for organizing this event in Indonesia, but we already had these sessions in some other countries, for example, in Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, and we are going to hold it in Belarus. So it's a truly international event, and we are happy to be here today in Indonesia. Could you please show the slide? So why it's important to speak about women in STEM? Because you can see these figures. There is only 35% of women in STEM professions worldwide. In Russia and Indonesia, I know that figures are even worse, I would say, but still not so bad. But you can see that in Russia we have 23% of women in STEM professions, and in Indonesia the statistics said that there are only 12% of women in STEM. So we can say that women in these technical, engineering, scientific professions, they are now underestimated, underrated, and we have a huge potential to participate in these spheres. And we in Russia, in Rosatom, we have an organization called Women in Nuclear, which unites women in nuclear professions and nuclear research. And my colleagues in these organizations, they decided to make research. Why we have much less people in engineering and technical professions than in other spheres. And they made a research a couple of years ago, and this research reveals that around 70% of women students, they face really big difficulties, both psychological and social. From one hand, psychologically, to start this career in engineering, in technical professionals, maybe even in defense professionals, as you were defense students, because they think that STEM professionals are mostly male and they will not be welcome in this profession. So it's very important to overcome this psychological problem. Another problem is social problem, that usually our societies expect absolutely different roles from women and from men. And sometimes students, female students, they think that they better change their career to meet some social expectations. But still, this research shows that during the first classes of school, small girls, they show very good results in STEM. So they show very good results in mathematics, in physics, and chemistry, and so on. So it shows that when we are still small girls, we are very good in mathematics. Then we think that maybe this is not our profession because it's mostly for men. And we change our strategy and we don't choose these STEM professions. Today we have here women who are very successful in these STEM professions, and they came from different countries to share their experience with you. And I would like to invite our first speaker. Should I invite the organizers? Should I invite all speakers? Maria, do I invite all speakers or one by one? All speakers. So you see the organizer. I'm not sure. So my first speaker from my program, which I have here with me, is Bogin Lina Sunaria, Head of Women's Capacity Development Department, Indonesia Nuclear Society, right? Please, Bogeni. Then the next speaker will be Ms. Gil Göktepe Bahire. Please come to the stage. And also Buzamira Akbagisheva. Госпожа Инна Солдатенко. And Бу Тримампуни. So we have all our speakers on stage for the first part. After the end of all the presentations, we will have Q&A session. So we will be waiting for your questions. And now I would like to give the floor to Bulgari Irina. For you, Irina.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Geni. I am from Indonesia. I have been worked in Batam for almost 40 years. So my field is the nuclear engineering, especially for the nuclear reactor design or something like that. And it is my pleasure to have this opportunity in front of you. And I want to not describe, telling about the story to encouraging the young girls in here, especially the students from Universitas Pertahanan. So, and then I also holding as the head of the Nuclear Women Development under the big umbrella of the Indonesia nuclear society, HIMNI. And then for this year, I also has under responsible as a leader in the International Council for Women in Technology and Industry, where there is almost 16 countries as a member, and then some of them is our beautiful colleagues in here. Thank you for coming. So we work together under the International Council here and there to encouraging the young girls to be a professional one, especially in nuclear. So I will tell about my next maybe. Yeah, I am. So I started with the small laboratory in Batam. And I didn't realize that one day I will be stand as a speaker in the international forum. I never thought about that one. But my thing or my base of thinking is not beyond of my confidence I can do it, no, but based on my curiosity. So if you have a curiosity, it will lead you to know or to understanding better and better about how every things work. So this is a very important one for all of us, especially for the students, to know well or to understand, to have a curiosity deeply. So from that curiosity, I can stand here and extend the collaboration with the International Atomic Energy Agency and collaboration with other countries such as Japan, China, and Poland, and also Russia as well. So I have an opportunity as responsible as the director of the nuclear reactor technology development for 6 years before in Batam. And because of the curiosity, I created the design work in Batam. So this is the very first time we do a design for our own nuclear reactor. Of course, we couldn't implement it or construct it because so many things challenging. Of course, you know about that one. But at least our community, our college in Batam has enhanced the capability to understand well how the nuclear reactor works for safety and security point of view. And from that one also, I want to deliver some tips for the student. So from my experience, I learned from many countries, exchange our knowledge, discussion with other colleagues from other countries. We understand, or I understand well, that the science knows no gender, no nationality, and no limits. So we are union in the world in here. And what truly matters are perseverance, ketekunan, keuletan, dan semangat pantang menyerah. Ini yang paling penting. To keep learning even when the path ahead seems uncertain. Of course, we are having the experience almost 50 years. We already fight to have the nuclear power plant in Indonesia, but not yet realized up to now. But hopefully, our new president will help Indonesia to have one NPP in the near future. This is my hope. And then that's why I'm encouraging all the younger students in here to be our foundation, the best people of our future of Indonesia. So this is our experience, long experience for fighting to have NPP in Indonesia, but we never give up. I know that you, next please, I know that you are here, are working on a challenging path. I mean that students studying in the field that requires strong discipline, of course. Universitas Pertahanan is a very, very disciplined one, and clear thinking and persistence. It in this area like defense, technology, and science. Of course, in nuclear field. Sometimes I'm sure enough that you may have some doubt in your mind or whisper in your mind, am I capable enough? Will I be accepted in the male-dominated field? This is the very common question. Can I balance ambition and compassion? Can I balance between the career and family, etc., especially for the young girls in here? But believe me, every step you take today, every experiment, every discussion, every sleepless night studying, of course, is an investment for Indonesia's in the future. So keep studying. Indonesia is preparing to achieve the net zero emission carbon for 2060. All of you know about that, with a target of operate 500 megawatt nuclear power plant on 2032. So 7 years from now as the first step. And who will be the next generation? Ensuring that this technology is safe, efficient, and accepted by society. The answer is all of you, the students in here, especially women that we are encouraging now. So women bring unique strengths, of course. Sensitivity, empathy, precision, and responsibility, all of which are essential into this high technology and high stakes world. In defense, especially in nuclear as well, and in energy innovation, these qualities are not just complementary or extra, but they are powerful forces that can truly create change. So your unique strength, sensitivity, empathy, precision, and responsibility is a very important one. But to reach that state must keep sharpening yourself, of course. What is that? First, study earnestly, not only to earn the marks or grade, a good mark or something like that, but you have to truly master on your field. So don't not only to get the good mark, yeah, but you have to be a master and dare to speak and lead. Yeah, so you have to have ability to speak what is in your idea, to build your, and the last one is please build your network and international collaboration. This is very important one. So do not only study, but you have to enlarge or extend your network, especially internationally. Because every connection with others, this is very important, will surely create opportunities. So more larger your network, more opportunities you may gain. So this is very important. So never afraid to dream big for Indonesia. I never imagined before that one day I would stand in global forums representing Indonesia and speaking about nuclear science. I never thought about that one before. But yet, I learned that when we work with heart, humility, and sharp purpose, the word opens doors that we never knew existed before. So today, next please. So today, Indonesia and the world needs more women. As Anna already mentioned before, that the percentage of the Indonesia young girls, women in high tech is only maybe around 12% or something like that. This is very small one. So today we are encouraging you working in high technology, but not only working, but also leading with it. So women can be a leader, of course. We must no longer and stand behind innovation. We must to be at the forefront, creating it. Our challenge is not only mastering the technology, but also earning the trust of public acceptance. Public acceptance is very important one. This is the most challenging that we are facing now. That's why Indonesia, we are already fighting for 50 years. We still don't have NPP. So the very important case that we have to think is public acceptance, public society, etc., something like that. This is the most important. So public trust is the cornerstone of every high risk, high technology field, especially in nuclear and defense sector. That is why public communication, professional ethics, this is important, professional ethics, and social empathy are equal as important as technology competence. As women in STEM, you carry a dual role. You are scientist, but also ambassador of peace and technological safety. You represent the face of science that listen to understand and serve humanity. This is very important one. And finally, before I close my speech in here, let me leave you maybe leave you with the message that I'm holding clearly in my own journey. Don't wait for the perfect woman to start. Don't wait. But start now. You have to start now and make every moment become perfect with your effort. So don't wait until the perfect time, but you have to create everything in the perfect one by your effort. So it's you sitting here, young ladies, of course, is a reflection of Indonesia's hope. All of you is the Indonesian hope in the future. You are the future scientists, engineers, policymakers, and innovators who will shape our nation technology destiny. So in your shoulder. So remember, when women rise in science, the whole society become advances. I believe in that. So let your passion be your strength, your knowledge be your weapon, and your compassion, pedulian terhadap sesama, be your guiding light. The future of Indonesia begins with the courage of its in young minds. To dream boldly, to learn endlessly, and to lead with purpose. So masa depan Indonesia dimulai dari keberanian generasi mudanya untuk bermimpi besar, belajar tanpa henti, dan memimpin dengan tujuan. So thank you for this opportunity. I am deeply honored and proud to share this moment with the future female leaders in here, Universitas Pertahanan, to become a female leaders in the future of Indonesia Defense University. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Geni, for this inspiring speech. And thank you for your tips and for your ideas for our students. I think one of the most important advice from you is that you should start now, step by step. And if you start from small steps today, then you will be far, far away on much closer to your goal in several years. I think this advice is very important, especially from such a distinguished woman from nuclear industry. And I would also like to say that in Russia, we also have a lot of women in nuclear. Also, nuclear sounds a little bit maybe very, very technical and very, very complicated. And we have around 30 5% of women researchers in nuclear industry in Russia. But what is even more inspiring that this year we have first woman captain of nuclear icebreaker. So maybe you know that we have nuclear icebreakers in Russia because we have a lot of ice on the northern part of Russia, and nuclear icebreakers were usually guided by men. But this year we had first woman captain, which had this goal to become a captain of the nuclear icebreaker. And she reached this goal, and we're very proud of her. And I would like to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Gül Göktepe from Turkey. Dr. Gül is Director of Tech Energy Consulting, Technology and Industry, and she also is the President of Turkish Women's Nuclear Association. She is an inspiring leader, researcher, and mentor. And today I would like to ask Dr. Gül, what's your opinion? Why it is especially important today to involve women in STEM? And what opportunities for professional and personal growth do high-tech industry open up for women? Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Chairman. I'm so pleased and honored to be in Indonesia to start with, because in Turkey, we always have very good feelings and friendship to Indonesia over the history. And recently, our president of Indonesia visited Turkey in April, so we were so overwhelmed. So please, executives of the Defense University and academicians and members of International Council for the Women in Technology and Industry Development, my dear colleagues, and dear students of the university. Hello to all, and good morning. It's my great honor to address you, but I have very limited time. Madam Chair, how many minutes I have to speak? So, 7-8 minutes. So, first of all, I'm supposed to tell you about my lifetime, my life story. And I don't really want to miss the ladies behind there. And how I started my life in nuclear. It started when I was very young. I was a good student, high school student. And we were selected by examination and taken to a summer school in Istanbul. Various students selected from different countries, different cities of Turkey. And we had long summer training by the university academicians. So I was so impressed to have lessons from the university academicians when I was in high school. Then we were taken to visit some technical establishment there. And we were taken somewhere, it was many, many years ago. So there I fell in love. It's my first love that I would like to talk to you about, because it is how I started being a nuclear engineering. We were taken to a research center in Istanbul. Then there I saw the blue Cherenkov radiation. My goodness, it was so great. So as I said, it was my first love. And then I decided to go on the nuclear site. Then I gained some scholarship examination by our research council and sent to United Kingdom to study atomic energy. It was one of the top subjects in those years. At the end of 1960s, I'm talking. So you may think that I'm a dinosaur because my study was many years ago. And it was very difficult to study in a different country, in a country like United Kingdom, England, nuclear reactors, physics first, applied physics, then nuclear reactor engineering. Then I came home and as a scientist and become a chief scientist, project manager, administrator, and many years research. Then been to different countries, always in nuclear. Because nuclear is a field that it is so vast energy. And it's so interesting. When you are in that field, it's amazing. It is charm of nuclear that I can talk to you for several hours, but I have very limited time, unfortunately. Then, for many years in Turkey, we planned nuclear power plant, but it wasn't possible. The project failed due to various reasons, sometimes financial, sometimes socio-economical, sometimes political. And finally, in 2010, we had an agreement with the Russian government and started building Akkuyu nuclear power plant in the south. In those years, my life in nuclear takes a very, very long way in nuclear, starting from a student side, then being a scientist, research scientist, and my some parts of time as a research scientist was in Canada and Chalk River, one of the great places where the atomic weapons development and peaceful uses of nuclear energy can do reactors started. There are various places. Then the final 4 years of my work in the government was in Vienna. I was a diplomat responsible for the Atomic Energy Authority and Turkey projects. There, when I went there in 2011, there was a Fukushima. But before Fukushima, we had the effect of Chernobyl in Turkey. But with each failure in nuclear power plants and accident, we learned a lot. We accumulated an experience. We had this safety culture developed over the years in nuclear technology. While I grow in my experience as a nuclear reactor scientist and research scientist, nuclear technology in the world grow and change, and now we have advanced systems, very safe and automatically operated and more acceptable by the public. So talking about the STEM is very important because usually when I address people with various groups, I make these comments. First, women organizations benefit everybody. And my second comment is this. Without women taking part in the high industry and decision making in the political side, societies are incomplete. Do you agree? And ladies, and I add another point to my arguments. World needs women leaders, definitely. So please bring up these leadership qualities hiding in some of your in brain and hearts. So when it comes to STEM side, there are so much say. STEM is an enormous definition of science, technology, and engineering and mathematics. Why it has been repeated in many countries during the last years? Because under the changing and challenging world condition, there are so many needs for new talents. Why STEM implicitly means problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration means. While the world is very popular, I told you, under the changing condition, what are the changing conditions? World population is increasing. For example, in Turkey, population is increasing. Now we are now 85 million. In Indonesia, you are 3 times more than Turkey population. And the population increase means more demand for energy. It means we need better environment. It means the world needs more energy, more food, more water. There will be water scarce, but there are very strict conditions like these all demands create environmental pollution and scarce in food and water. It means world needs more power, more energy and better environment, more food. They all need technological improvement. And under the condition of climatic change, which is a great strain during the last years, nuclear power become very popular in the world energy arena. But it means that we need more innovative, young and talented people in this area. So What do we need? Power means many countries have an effect of high inflation rate. But still, after the pandemic in the world, again, we need more power, more energy, food, and we have new medical treatment methodologies and better education facilities. They all means we need more talented people in the field of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. What has been happening recently in the world, when I say changing world, after pandemic, although economic recovery is very slow, but there has been a digitalization in the world and artificial intelligence. So again, it means more people, more young, talented people in this area, because our nations are fighting for more power. More power means better economical condition, means better technology, stronger technology, and you are the students in defense industry. And most of the nations, you know better than me, are making investment in new weapons. Unfortunate. I would rather prefer they would make more investment in artificial intelligence, in agricultural system, medical systems, and like computer sciences for people. So, do I have 1 more minute? There are so many things I wanted to talk to you about, but there is no time. What we do in STEM in Turkey, government is putting so much investment to attract more people and women, especially girls, into the STEM fields. And what we do, I'm a president of Women in Nuclear Turkey. We recently introduced a project called 4Clover. What is 4Clover? You know, green tiny plants. It means we resembled it, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, each leaf, and it means love, fortune, and good luck. So we sort of act as a mentor to sort of encourage girls to feel these areas. Because girls are intelligent, creative, they have good thinking of they may design new projects and they dream about new projects. This was through all my life. When I was a government scientist, I designed various projects. First they said, oh, that cannot be possible. But everything can be possible. If you love your work, if you love the technology, science, and if you love people, and if you want a peace in the world, you must like your job and you must keep working and be a good communicator with the people. One more, I have no time. Akkuyu nuclear power project has been the communication bridge between countries. This is how I come here. This is how I met this wonderful woman. We started communicating because of the Akkuyu project. We get together and we think and we do very good work. And Akkuyu has some student exchange program, and it increased interest into STEM fields in Turkey, because many students are sent to Russia, to Menfi and St. Petersburg, study there and come back. This year, again, many among thousands, about 80 students will be chosen, and they will, on their return, they will have a work at Akkuyu. So Akkuyu encouraged the STEM fields in Turkey. So Turkey is a country, high developing country, and we need to make a lot of investment to attract young people for science, technology, and engineering and mathematics. Dear students, future is yours, and I wish you very good luck in your education, and send you our greetings from Women in Nuclear Turkey to all students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gül. Thank you for mentioning education opportunities. I think it's very important. And I would also like to mention that in Russia we have a special program for international students. So in case you are interested to get an additional education in Russia on STEM specialties, you can contact me. I will share information. I will be happy also to share information about educational opportunities in Russia with the management of Defense University. And thank you for mentioning Akuyo and PP. I think that it's very important that we are here today in Defense University because, of course, nuclear power plants are objects which should be defended very well, as you can understand. So I think that your role in developing nuclear industry in your country will be also very important. And I would like to introduce now our next speaker, Dr. Zamira Akbagisheva. She is president of the Congress of Women of the Kyrgyz Republic. And Dr. Zamira is really an example of a woman leader. And just a couple of weeks ago, we had a forum of women in STEM organized by her association in Kyrgyz Republic, and more than 500 women participated there. So I would like to ask Dr. Zamira, what's your opinion how these international events can motivate women in STEM, and what would you advise to our students today to make a good career in STEM specialties? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna Belakoneva. Dear Mr. Vice Rector Mughraha Gumilar, dear, and Geni Rina Sunario, and Anna Belakoneva, dear students, Salamat Pangi. Hello, Mahasiswa Tevpilih, Indonesia. I guess, I know, I believe in this whole best students of Indonesia. Do you agree with me? Ah, nice, nice. So, I am from Kyrgyz Republic. Do you know where is Kyrgyz Republic? Who know? Kyrgyz Republic. This is in Central Asia. 95% of territory are mountain, and 90% are Muslims in Kyrgyzstan. So, in Kyrgyzstan, students, half of students are girls. And I see that in this hall, so many young girls and students and teachers too. Thank you very much that you today with us. So I want to give to you information about what is situation with girls in STEM. As part of UNICEF program, 150 girls from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, it is in Central Asia, launched 3 nanosatellites into the stratosphere to analyze air pollution. This makes students. 14 girls from Kyrgyzstan were selected to participate in the project among participants in the Girls in Science program. Participants from Kyrgyzstan named their nanosatellite Ilimsat, which successfully ascended into the stratosphere and collected data on environmental pollution levels. The girls then worked on their projects, including a Mars rover, automatic light and motion sensors, and a helping hand, which were presented at the university exhibition in Bishkek. Bishkek is capital Kyrgyz Republic. To create a supportive environment at home, the program also worked with the participants' parents and family members. 8,000 parents participated in sessions aimed at introducing new professions, the career choice process, and eliminating gender stereotypes in raising daughters and sons. So, in Kyrgyzstan, we work very hard in this sphere, and for us it's very important to include girls in STEM. Why? Because Dr. Gül said about that if girls will be included in this sphere, will be progress in this society. And today, I know that so many gentlemen, young men, creative men, and is it very important that in this gender equality, gender society, will be included, first of all, men. Because always, only women, we always said about that gender equality. Our delegation participate in Global Leaders Summit on Women in Beijing, Beijing Plus 30. In this summit, President of China, Mr. Xi Jinping, makes speech. 110 states participate in this summit, 800 delegates, 35 presidents of the countries. Gender equality is very important issues in society. And I believe that these young men, young fellows, they will be gender sensitivity persons in society. Because today they participate in this very important conference. And of course, we have many projects in Kyrgyzstan that we try to include girls in STEM. We try to include population in peace atom. It is very peaceful atom. You know, my name from Russia, Zamira, it is peace. I am a very peaceful lady. And today, because today we have conference between Indonesia and Russia, and I should set sentence in Russia. What do you think? Do you agree? In Russia? No, they doesn't agree. So, Kyrgyz Republic, in Kyrgyz Republic, we have native language, Kyrgyz language. And all people speak in Russia too. Many people speak in English too. Because in this time, I guess world is close and close, and we should have one language that we can to understand, we can to be together, and we can to build a new future. So, dear students, are you future of Indonesia? I guess these students don't understand English because they doesn't have translation, this equipment, and they doesn't understand. Now, I guess if I speak in Russia, it will be heavy to understand, but I should speak in Russian. Менің атым Замира Акбағышева, бұл қырғыз тілінде айтып атам, а эми орыс тілінде айтып қояйын. Дорогие студенты Университета обороны, уважаемый вице-ректор университета.
Of the university. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your presence. I would like to say and to express my gratitude and admiration to our series moderator, Anna Belakonova. Thank you very much for organizing this event. Thank you, Alexander, as well. And for those who have been sleeping only for 2 hours at night, Maria Mitrofanova, Sonia, and of course the heads of the International Council on Attracting Women to Technologies, Miss Gani. Then, if I wanted to start speaking in Russian, they say that there is nobody who is better than you. Please don't be proud. Just be strong as a stone which stays silent in bad weather, and be strong as the tree which brings shadow to everybody who seeks for for refreshment. Be strong as the snow in the mountain, and be clean, be pure as this snow. Dear students, I would like to wish you success, and one more time, I would like to say Salamat Pandi. Great job, very good.
Zamira, especially thank you for speaking in different languages. I think it's also a very good example that you can reach fantastic success by using different skills, and you should study, of course, different languages to travel around the world and to participate in such amazing international events. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Inna Soldatenko, Chairman of the United Organization of Scientific and Practical Medical Centers of the Republic of Belarus. So as you see, we were speaking about energy, and now we will switch to another very important scientific sphere, to medicine. And Dr. Irina has a unique mixture of both technical experience, medical experience, social activities experience. So please, Dr. Irina, share with us, with the students, your advice about what will help students, women students, to succeed in STEM. Thank you.
Thank you. Дорогие друзья, позвольте, я буду разговаривать на русском языке, поэтому воспользуйтесь переводчиками. Мой английский не так хорош, поэтому я бы хотела сказать...
Good, unfortunately, and I would like to express myself very clearly and very quickly. Thank you so much to the organizers for your kind invitation. Thank you a lot to this wonderful country, Indonesia, to its people for such a warm welcome, for your hospitality. And I also to ask you whether you know where Belarus is located, and have you already heard that there is such a country as Belarus? As far as I understand, you don't know anything? Oh, you know, okay. My country is located in the center, in the heart of Europe. There are only 9.5 million people, but we are a very kind and proud people. Speaking about my personal way, my career, my life, if we have a question from young ladies, how to achieve your successes, then I would like to say, I don't know how to answer your question. I know the only thing that you can go step by step. You can set objectives and you can move on and to achieve your goals. Today, I have two roles at these events. First and foremost, and I don't know, maybe I shall say that I'm the deputy of the director of the scientific center dedicated to oncology and radiology in Belarus. This is the leading medical center in our country, and I'm not afraid to say that this is the biggest center in Europe. and we're a very respected and esteemed organization. And today we represent the Belarusian Council of Women. I'm the deputy, and this is one of the biggest social organization which is supported by Mr. President of Belarus. And the goal of this activity of our organization is to support women in every single roles. The women who work, the women who are mothers, female students, wherever they might have problems, we are ready to support female in different situations. My professional career, by the way, I'm a neurosurgeon, and when I had my first work, I was the only woman among male surgeons. And by myself, based on my skills, knowledge, efforts, I had to prove to man that in my profession, in my specialty, I can be equal to them. In our country, you don't have gender inequality. In our country, every single woman can take the position or to be successful in the field where she operates. And for today, it's true that the most promising direction is the nuclear industry. And peaceful nuclear fields, just as you know, by the way, just as Japan, Belarus also suffered during the Chernobyl accident, and by 70%, the clouds went to the direction of the Belarus Republic, and we had to resolve the situation by our own. But it was also the promoter to start learning more about nuclear energy, about safety in nuclear industry, and of course, also to a more detailed way how to train personnel, the personnel who shall work in this industry. In the Belarus Republic on the state level, there is their position in our country in terms of working and instructions with the peaceful nuclear resources. This is also what is stated in the constitution of the Belarus Republic, and I would like to extend my gratitude to the Russian Federation, which is the flagmanship of the nuclear technology. It sets trends, speaking about the peaceful, energetic nuclear resources, as well as the implementation of nuclear resources and their utilization in the medical field. That is why we set and translate their ideas and goals in a very successful way. We collaborate with the Russian Federation. We signed the roadmap with the Russian Federation, and we are going to implement the project dedicated to the radiology in medicine. And the Belarus Republic is the country located in the center of Belarus. That is why I believe that this project is going to be interested for the majority of Europe. Dear friends, dear audience, your president back then in July 2025 attended our president, and they had a very close meeting and discussion. Moreover, our president invited your president to his personal house, and he highlighted the esteem and respect to your leader. That is why, please, let me also invite all of you, everybody who desires to visit the country of Belarus, and probably our organizers, the next event will organize closer to Belarus, and I'm ready to show our country, my country, to get to know you with the nuclear technologies which we have right now, to get to know you with our beautiful people. And once again, let me extend my gratitude to your attention. Thank you so much.
Russia. So you're really welcome to this wonderful country, as Ina said. And I would like to say that it's not so far, as you can imagine. And today in our audience, we even have a student which visited Moscow not so long ago. So on the second part of our event, please stay after the coffee break. We will have a student which just recently visited Russia, and she will share her experience with you. And now the organizers told me that we have online speaker which just connected to us. It's Dr. Evi Kartini, founder of the National Battery Research Institute. She is also a true model for women in STEM because she is a successful researcher in the field of renewable energy. So please connect Dr. Evi. Dr. Evi, hello, do you hear us?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
I'm sorry, I'm I'm in the car, but it's okay. Yeah. So what shall I introduce myself?
Yes, please.
Okay. So my name is Professor Evi Kartini. I'm the professor at the National Research Innovation Agency, and I'm also the president of the Indonesian Material Society and Indonesian Neutron Society. And currently, I'm as a founder of the National Battery Research Institute. So maybe I want to share about the organization or the foundation I developed, established for during 5 years ago. So why this is very important? Of course, this is related with STEM, yes, because we talk about the technology, we talk about the education, we talk about the training, we giving impact to the industry. So I will focusing on three things. The first, that is about the human capital development. Yes. So in Indonesia, currently the renewable, the transforming energy is very, very important, and maybe all over the world. Yes. And then we have to move from like fossil fuel to renewable, and then now the transportation using mostly electric vehicle. Yes, and in electric vehicle, and then the other that is renewable need also intermittent, need also the battery storage. There is no car, EV car without battery. So battery become very, very crucial also because it's, you need the material, you need the mining. So Indonesia rich of nickel resources. Nickel the largest in the world. That's one of the component of the battery. But unfortunately, we only do the downstreaming until the 10 time added value. So one of the vision of the government want to move to continue downstreaming to become the cathode, become one of the battery, and to make the factory in Indonesia. So I think this is very well in line with the program. And then what we do in our NBRI, it's we train industry. Yeah, we train mostly the industry. More than 300 industry already trained by us. More than 1,000 of the people working in industry. Why the industry want to study about the battery? Because mostly they can sell the product, they can sell the EV, they can sell the two-wheel EV, but they don't understand what they sell. It's about the battery itself. Yeah, you need to know the standard. You need to understand about the safety. Yeah, so therefore the education is very, very important. Yeah, and the other also recently we also some of the principal coming from the vocational school, yeah, SMK, yeah. So they want to learn, yeah. There's some problem in Indonesia because of the unemployment. Unemployment very high. Actually, they already study in vocational school or vocational university, but the problem. I found out the problem because it's mismatch. What they learn in the school and the university just different what the industry need. Yeah, so we need also to bridge, yes, about this technology, about because the world changed, the world shift. Yeah, so if we don't follow, maybe we will left behind. Yeah, so I propose to this school to build the laboratory of renewable. They can put solar panel on the rooftop on their school, and then put the battery, and they can learn. So it can be used as the laboratory. Yeah, and the others, what we have done also, we want to become the platform. The problem of the research and the problem of the government and industry does not match. Yeah. And then yeah. So we want to have the platform, and then recently we have the summit, and we invite more than 30 countries attendants in the summit, and then we discuss what the industry, even from the embassy, because some are the representative from the Asian African, because they also have the material, the critical mineral, and then we should work together. And then the others about anything I should tell, yes. For the young student, maybe so I want to tell you that first, okay, of course you need the education. This is important. The second, you need the skill. Education not really enough, but you need the skill that this follow what the trend. But the other, so it means you have now the resources name human capital. Capital is the you are young generation is the capital for the future. Yeah, but second, that you have to understand the technology. Yeah, you have to learn. You have to adapt faster, smarter. Yes, and then because the technology just move. Yeah, with the AI, with ChatGPT, with everything. So otherwise they will leave you. Yeah, so the technology that is important. But of course, the facility, you have to work with the facility. But maybe if you don't have facility, you have to work together. You have to do collaboration. You open networking. That is so you can fulfill, yes, because you need that, yes. So you have to do cooperation, yeah. Like when I was young, we don't have good facilities, so I have to move around the world to do the nuclear research, yeah, in all some reactor in Europe, in Canada, in the US, in Australia, etc. Yeah, and then the third, keep networking, collaborating, and then keep dreaming. Maybe the last that I want to mention, you have to have a dream. Yes, as you have to dream because you don't pay for dream, so you have to make a dream until you reach the sky. Yes, at least if you cannot reach the sky, not too far, you fall down. Yeah, so something like that, because every day if you dream something, I always say that if I want to teach you about the writing publication, so it means that it is wasting my time. But if I want to teach you how to change the world, yes. So if your dream with writing or with doing something to change the world, it means that you can change yourself, you can change your country. Yeah, so make like that. Yeah. So maybe that is my suggestion. And then yeah, thank you for the this moment in nuclear, Bugeni and all STEM. I'm trying to come as possible. Hopefully, I can still meet you. Something like that.
Thank
Thank
you. Thank you, Dr. Erin. And thank you for connecting to us, even although you are on the road. Thank you very much. And I think there was a very good idea about bridging, which is necessary between universities and between industry, and also between technologies and between real life. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Bo Trimumpuni, member of the board of advisors of BRIN, of Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia. And Bo Mumpuni is also very active in organizing campaign for delivering renewable energy to rural areas, which is important for their development, for using modern technologies for everyday life. So Bo Mumpuni, please share your experience and your ideas. What is important for women in research and technical and engineering specialties? Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya ulang ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Soalnya memberi salam itu hukumnya sunnah, tapi kalau menjawab itu wajib.
But you have to answer my greetings.
But I realize that what I'm talking about is very important for Indonesian. So if you may allow me to deliver what I'm going to say in Bahasa Indonesia. So every single word, I want to make sure that all students here understand very well. Thank you. Jadi saya udah minta izin. Ini banyak orang Indonesianya, jadi saya mau ngomong.
So I think we are Indonesian, so I think I will speak in Indonesia. Therefore, whatever I talk, you can understand. So we know that these are the beloved students, so you will understand about this. If you are going to open the Google or to search my name, Tri Mumpuni, so they will show you about the electric women. So I think it was the work of one of my colleagues. So actually, I was graduated not from engineer, but I was from agricultural engineering. But I think if we have the passion and we want to perceive to reach for the best for this country, I think we can get away with that. That was what I was feeling when I was young. I got scholarship from several foundation. I went to New York. I learned about the renewable energy, and everything I did makes me realize that I need to contribute to this country, particularly for everyone that is not as lucky as we are, because we are living in the modern communities, but there are some people that still in the rural area, they haven't gotten the access for electrical power and other technologies. I have my husband here. We are coming from the IPB University, and he works hard for me. So I think, yeah, men have to work harder. So yeah, I know that he keeps thinking that behind every great woman there are more stressed men. So I'm going to talk about the technology. Whatever the technology that we are focusing on, of course, we have to understand them well. We have the pengetahuan in Indonesia. So have to learn, we have to gain more knowledge. Before we didn't have the Google, but now as soon as the technology advances, we have to practice what we have learned. From that, we will gain skills. You cannot see just the welder. In Indonesia, if we think about welder and we ask them, what are you doing? And I think if you want to marry someone who is working as a welder, then your mom will not give her blessings to marry them. So, but actually, welders are very important person because they will got paid more like 3,000 euros for an hour. They're very skillful. They're very important. This is the things that we have to learn because we need to learn about the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. And if we got the knowledge, we we practice what we have learned, then we got the skills, we will have the wisdom. I think, yeah, it's wisdom. Wisdom is like something that we value when we practice what we have learned. Why? Because we want to contribute to the communities, to the countries, no matter how big or how large that we have learned, and if we didn't contribute it to the countries, then it's all nothing. We have to contribute to the communities, to the countries, because I once felt that I have felt the up and downs in my life. I wanted to build a micro hydro power plant. It was a very high technology because If we don't have that, we cannot have the access towards the electric. But I needed to make it user friendly. With my passion, I think the technology could be taught to people in the masters. I mean the elementary students. We can see the condition of Indonesia in Papua, in Aru Islands, the rural areas. They didn't have the access towards electricity. It was very bad for us to left them like that because they didn't have the electrical power. This has to be a motivation for us. If we once we graduated from the university, we have to help them. We have to contribute to build them. And electricity is the backbone of the economic dynamic. This is the backbone of the development. It's nothing when we say we want to build the rural areas, but up until now we didn't give them any access towards the electricity. Once in Aceh, I learned about patchouli oil. And with the electricity, it was very different. But people in Indonesia, they used to destroy the forest to build the electricity. But when we taught them about the electricity, they used the food grade distillation machine. 1 liter of it could a value of 1 million rupiah. This is one of the easiest way to build the welfare of the community in rural area. So with the touch of technology, I think it is very important to pay attention to when we are going to build a city, build a rural area, when we use the natural resources in effective way, we can do much. The Almighty God has given us the rich country. We have natural resources, but sadly, we didn't get skilled enough to manage and to process the natural resources. That's why we need the technology, we need the knowledge, the STEM to calculate them all. This is what we have to learn in the university. So I don't want you to become a screw of the capitalism. I don't want every fresh graduate to get into a company and work there, but I want them, I want you all, when you graduated, you can think about what should we contribute to the country, to Indonesia, because we know Indonesia is very rich. This is very important. And am begging in front of you all. This is my fourth time speaking in University of Defense. I think this is very important to use these opportunities, to use the STEM, the technology, particularly when we are talking about the nuclear. So I have live updates here. When in 1991, when people are talking about nuclear, me and one of the ex-presidents of Indonesia, Gus Dur, we were laughing when we talk about nuclear in Rembang. Rembang is a small city in the central of Java. And we were laughing because we didn't have any knowledge about nuclear. But then we learned, we studied, and now in this generation, nuclear is very important to our life. They are HTGR, high temperature gas cooling reactor. Ladies and gentlemen, and my beloved students, they are safe because the heater, the fuel is wrapped in the beta silicon, and it's also wrapped in a graphite, and the cooler is using helium gas. So if it's explode, it it doesn't danger the surroundings like the Fukushima happened. These things should be learned in schools, in universities. Why do we need nuclear? Because this is very important. In 2060, later, when we talk about zero carbon, we talk about the zero carbon oftentimes because Indonesia has been purchasing carbon with the dirty fuel that would not progress the countries in international level. When we calculate it from the water, wind, and other power plants, we didn't have enough because we needed like 300,000 megawatts of power. In 2060, Indonesia will need 600,000 megawatts. Then how do we chase this gap? How do we close this gap? So we need to talk about nuclear. When we talk about nuclear, um, I'm talking here not because my children is here, because nuclear is the best. We know that we have the best sources in Rosatom in Russia. I have brothers and sisters that got the aids from Russia, but maybe from the political sides we got some troubles. I can see that I've been to Russia 4 times, and I saw that they're very good. Russia is not only introducing about the technology, but also to teach Indonesian because they want later the ones who are going to manage the nuclear is the people of Indonesia themselves. We don't want to, import the human resources from other country. We want it to be processed and managed by the Indonesian themselves. We want to create a job for Indonesian. Therefore, we can build our welfare because our country will be the productive one. We can see the developed countries, they are our motivation. And as a student, I think you all have to see for the future. You can learn from the Germany, from the other countries. I once wrote a letter from to the president of Indonesia. I said, if we are afraid of nuclear, why wouldn't we start with the floating one, the floating nuclear power plant? And the vice president of Britain at that time, I was talking with him, and we talked about the Papua and also the smaller islands around it. They could be a floating nuclear power plant. So the electricity will power the rural areas around it. And after that, the waste from the radiation of the nuclear could be transmitted again and processed. So there are no residue because they are floating. And this could power Indonesia, particularly the rural areas. So this is a very important and great example. And the president asked about SMR, small modular reactor. We needed that. So we need to, suggest the positive things to for the communities. And I think this university has a good access to maintain the defense of the Republic of Indonesia with the energy approach. So we have three important things. First, the energy is gained through the nuclear. So nuclear for energy. So we have Indonesia Goes Nuclear. This is a program since last year. So nuclear for energy. The second one, he said, nuclear for the health. So there are cancer diseases to be cured with nuclear. So we shut the nuclear with the technology towards the cancer. And the last one that we're still working on, nuclear for agriculture, plasma agriculture. Indonesia as a big country with 200 million population, if we don't have the food security, then we will be a weak country because we are rich. We are actually rich. The agriculture is rich. So we have to master in this. And I will close my speech with that we are still talking about the other power plants. I once talked in Wantanas. Forget about the name now. So Indonesia is blessed of silicate, and we haven't we haven't used it pretty well. In 2001, when I went home from Japan, I said Malaysia has prepared 20 million US dollar for the energy, for the power. Why wouldn't Indonesia did that? And then I sent a letter to the ministries in Indonesia. So this is like our learning curves. So we started from the bottom, step by step. With this, until now, we haven't built the ingot and waffle. So this is very devastating because Indonesians are very smart. And last but not least, one when I was in 2015, I got award by the Ministries of Energy and Natural Resources. So if you know about it, we have a practice when we build some technology. So we made some rolls, coil rolls, and we showed them to the ministries, and we worked together with the ministries. But then we failed because Indonesia sometimes didn't really accept the good things. So we have some challenges when we are going to build something good for the countries. And now we are very rich in Indonesia, but we are lack of motivation because, like the president said, we are a big country. We have to face the challenge. We have to find solutions. If we are not become crazy, then we cannot survive in Indonesia because it's not only technology but also technical. Thank you. That's it from me.
Pasa, so that I hope everyone understood all the messages. And thank you for all the speakers of the first part. After the break, we will have second part of our very interesting session. And now I have two more requests for you. First of them, we will have now QR code on the screen. We would be very grateful if you could fill in this questionnaire. This is very important for us, for the organizers. So please scan this QR code and do this questionnaire for us. Thank you very much. And another request, if you have questions, please, we have now time for a couple of questions. We will also have Q&A session after the second part of our event. And the organizers prepared a prize for the best question today. So please, you have an opportunity to get a very good present from the organizers of this session for your question. Any questions? Yes, we have one question from this side. Could you please bring the microphone? Please introduce yourself.
Cek cek. Selamat siang. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lisa Gloria Lopisa Jomilena. You can call me Lisa. I have two questions. For Zamira, I have a question. How to be strong, like the three that you said before the introduction. You said how to be. I want to ask how to be strong, like a tree that you said, which we know, even though the technology has advantage, women are still underestimated out there.
So how to be a tree or to be strong, which you said during the introduction. And for the second question, for Mem Tri Mumpuni, I also from, let me speak in bahasa. Saya juga berasal dari Jayapura, Papua, dan merupakan kebanggaan.
Jayapura, Papua. You also you also discussed us in terms of eastern part of Indonesia. I would like to ask about the nuclear energy that we can get from eastern part of Indonesia. There are a lot of them because we have a lot of human natural resources from there. So as a woman, how can we have participate in developing this nuclear energy? Thank you.
Could you please repeat your name?
My name is Lisa.
Lisa?
Yes.
Nice to meet you, Lisa. I guess you're leader of this group, okay?
No, no.
Thank you very much. Lisa, your question is very nice because I guess that my word about that girls and women will be strong is motivated you and our women and our students, men students, because they will be in the future father of family. They will be in the future head of family. Okay? Do you agree with me? So listen, when women will be strong, family will be strong. When women will be strong, nations will be strong. When women will be strong, Indonesia will be strong. Indonesia can to be in progress. Indonesia can to be in on the top of each of the top in the world. So, and if women unit, the world becomes peaceful, the world will be in progress, the world will be in prosperity. And in Muslim countries, we have some traditions that ignore our soul, women's soul, girl's soul. I doesn't say that I am Muslim too, but I doesn't say that Muslim, this religious have some maybe doesn't. I try to find good words that give us more, not. Give us more things that we should to try to struggle for this. And I guess that these all girls and these girls of the Indonesia, they have so many good achievements. They have good success. And if you will be strong, if you will be creative, if you have good education, a good behavior, good soul, you will be soul of Indonesia. Lisa, do you agree with me and other girls and these students?
Yes,
I didn't
we agree.
hear you. Voice of future of Indonesia. Where are you? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your applause for future of Indonesia, please, for you, your applause. You should applaud like this, please. So, future of Indonesia is the best.
Lisa, tolong ya diingat satu kata. Papua harus ya anak-anak Papua harus membangun Papua dan
Papua's children have to build Papua. This is very important because until this moment, we are still building a small power plant. We have to fly to Biak. We have to go around for 21 hours and small boats for 4 hours. It's been 2 years. We only want to give awesome, awesome in Japan, awesome is a city. They only have 10 kilowatt micro hydro power plant plus 8 kilowatt solar on not only for the lighting but also to make cool storage because their fisheries are very good but they cannot sell the fish. They have to bring the fish far away but they will need cool storage. You can imagine that it's been a lot of times that I ask Freeport to educate Papua's children, and we have to send them back to Papua. So we have the a program called Papua Patriot Energy with Japanese young people and also from other islands to live in Papua. Actually, Papua has a lot of renewable energy sources. You don't need nuclear yet, actually, because if we want to actually produce bioactor, is Israel really want to be able to own the 30,000 hectares there. They want to plant the candle nut to actually um, become the resources, the main ingredients for this power plant. So we actually are the ones who have to plan that, who have to really build our own countries. It's just that we need more intellectual capacity. You are actually very blessed. Not all Papua generation and Papua's children can come here to study, but you have to really grow yourself with bigger hearts also to really build Papua so Papua can be very well developed. And we need more Papua students to be here in this Indonesian Defense University. Technology, we can always find it, but the soul and the heart to build the uh, the vulnerable groups in Papua, it is very, very important. So if you want to have more knowledge about how to develop Papua, we will be talking about it further, how to build Papua with clean energy. Thank you so
Lisa,
much.
gift your Sona for Lisa, gift your. Our leader Sona, gift for Lisa. Thank you very much, Lisa.
I think we will take one more question and after that we will have a break. Please come to the center. There is a microphone there. Yeah. Okay, one more question from the guy after that.
Good afternoon. Allow me to introduce myself. I am First Sergeant Major Cadet Chalendaran Sapuan from the Military Physics Program. Thank you very much for the providing opportunity to ask a few questions. I would like to inquire about the institutional environment within nuclear technology operations, especially in field roles. As you mentioned earlier, in 2025, Marina Starovoitova became the first female captain of the nuclear-powered icebreaker vessel, Yamal, that operated by Rosatom in Russia. I think this is a general question. And the first question is, how can nuclear institutions ensure that the voices and the perspective of women, not merely their presence, but their actual influence are embedded in regulatory decision-making and risk communication processes? And the second is, does the shift in gender representation within technical and regulatory leadership position have the potential to introduce new approaches to risk mitigation, transparency, and innovation in nuclear technology? That's all my question. Thank you.
Thank you. This question was to whom?
There's a general question, so I think.
Puan, your name is Puan? No.
Maybe you can answer the question because this is about the Rosatom Festival.
Yes, I will be happy to answer. And your name is Puan, you said?
My name is Shalinda.
Shalinda. Sorry, yes. Nice to meet you, Shalinda. Yes, thank you for this question. And thank you for mentioning the first woman captain icebreaker. Yes, as I said, in Russian nuclear industry, we have a large percent of women in research, around 35%, a little bit less of women in management, but still we have a lot of different projects, different programs to develop women in nuclear, starting from universities. We have 20 universities in Russia which prepare specialists in nuclear, and we have different projects inside our corporation. But what is more important, we have a lot of international projects. And I will be happy to exchange with you my contacts and to inform you and your friends, your colleagues about our projects, our programs for international students and including women in STEM. So you can develop your career in nuclear industry, first of all, starting from this project. Then, as I said, we have programs for international students, so you can get additional education, maybe master's or postgraduate in Russian universities. So you can apply and you can go to Russia and study there for free. It is sponsored by Russian government. There are a lot of different internships. There are short-term courses. For example, we have so-called train-the-trainer courses in Russia, where we invite international specialists to get additional education in nuclear specialties. And of course, it's very important to participate in the development of nuclear industry in Indonesia, because as Bu Mumpuni said, now this nuclear energy industry started to actively develop in Indonesia, and the President Prabowo is supporting the idea that Indonesia should have its own national nuclear industry. So it's very important to participate in all these projects that are organized now here in Indonesia. I think this event is one of very important events where you can get more information about this. We can share contacts with you, but also there are events which are organized by other universities on nuclear topics where you can participate as specialists. And speaking about regulatory, you have a regulatory body called BAPETEN, which is already active in Indonesia, and they are very professional. They already do regulation in nuclear and research and in radiation technologies in Indonesia, because you have 3 research reactors. And of course, here we have Bulgani, who is experts from BRIN. BRIN is a research and innovation agency of Indonesia, who also have special organization for research in nuclear. So after graduation, I think you can become a part of the team if you're interested in nuclear. So maybe Bugeni will add.
I will speak in bahasa Indonesia maybe ya. Saya akan mencoba menjawab apa tadi pertanyaannya Mbak Lisa dan Mbak Selinda gitu ya. Saya akan gabung. Mbak Lisa menanyakan
and Selinda, you were asking about the nuclear development in West Eastern Indonesia. We are from HIMNI, Association of Nuclear Society. We have webinar every Thursday. We also have the YouTube channel as well related to the nuclear technology. We also were talking to the dean. They say that not too many women, please, because this is dangerous for the fertility of women. But actually, this is something that we need to communicate. What is nuclear? What is the effect, etc. So the surgeon, Miss Surgeon, actually talk about the effect. Because Belarus, the effect is actually what is the effect of the nuclear pollution in Belarus? So we can ask her about it. So regarding the development of nuclear technology in eastern part of Indonesia, Ibu Anna already said that this is actually there is the icebreaker. There is the vessel, which becomes the power plant already operated in Russia. It is a proven technology already. So by the regulation, actually, we can develop nuclear power plant if we already it is already proven operational already operationalized in other countries and it is proven to be safe. So we have what we call SMR, small modular reactor with lower power, around 300 megawatt, which is quite suitable for Indonesia. In 2032, in the planning of e- energy from PLN, actually it is 500 megawatt. So if we apply the vessel of power plant, which is already operated in Russia, the basic is actually it is an icebreaker before, so it is very true, very suitable because Indonesian regulation requires us to have proven technology to be applied, and the only SMR which is already proven is the electric the power plant vessel from Russia. So we don't have to be afraid because it is already proven and it is very beneficial for the eastern part of Indonesia. They can go near the areas who needs this electricity. But we have to socialize about nuclear. So please join and follow our YouTube channel. And we also have done a lot of webinars related to the girls in STEM collaborating with Russia with the information about the um, scholarship for graduate programs in Russia. So later on, Marsha also will become our speaker. She actually is learning in medical school, but she is also learning about nuclear. Hopefully, this becomes your inspiration. And please look at our channel on YouTube. We will send you the link as well. Actually, today we also have a YouTube with information about nuclear. Hopefully, Mr. Dean, you allow us to socialize about nuclear in this Defense University periodically so that all the students are enlightened about nuclear so that nuclear is not scary at all. If we are afraid of nuclear, of course, we are afraid of the light of the sun because the solar is actually the biggest source of energy, right? We cannot live without it. That's all I guess. Thank you so much, Miss Anna.
Also have session of questions. So we will have an opportunity to take all the questions. Now I would like to propose a short break, maybe 20 minutes. So let us come back in 12:10 and start the second session.
start second part of mentoring session.
Dear friends, dear speakers, thank you for coming back from our break. And now we will have a very inspiring second part of our session. And I would like to invite the speakers to the stage. Dr. Mas Ayu Elita Hafiza from Research Center for Material Science at the University of Indonesia. The organizers, do we have our first speaker here? Okay, she will come later. Dr. Sahir Kora, President of Women in Nuclear Africa, Professor of Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority. And Ms. Olivia Limpe-Af, President of the Philippine Archipelago International Trading Corporation. We also have, as I promised to you, we have a student who just returned from Moscow, Marsha Wardhana from Pajajaran University, Bandung. So I think one of our speakers will join us later. And now I would like to introduce our first speaker. It's Professor Suhair Kora. As I said, she is President of Women in Africa and also Professor at the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority. As you know, in Egypt, there is now a huge nuclear power plant construction project. I think one of the biggest in the world. 4 units of large capacity nuclear power plants. And I think that Dr. Suhair Kora will share with us experience in this wonderful project and also how women in nuclear in Africa help women on the continent to develop their opportunities and to be successful in this very complicated industry. Thank you, Professor.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to be here in Indonesia. Actually, in Egypt, we have a lot of Indonesian students who come to Al-Azhar University to learn Sharia and religion. And you should be proud of them. They are representable. They are very polite. So I'm very happy to be here in Indonesia. Actually, as a president of WIN Africa, my job was to introduce to the public to accept building a power plant. Actually, when we built the power plant in Taba, the area was surrounded, or there in this area, there is a lot of summer resorts, and people were afraid of this being built in between their houses. Also, public feared the word nuclear, so we had as a society, we had to address the public and speak to them about the peaceful application of nuclear. Nuclear is very important. Now nuclear is applied in all our lives. We use nuclear for water resources. We use nuclear in industry for expecting pipes. We use nuclear for food irrigation, for food mutation, and we use it in medicine, of course, and it is very important. So I make in Egypt, I make health campaigns, and I take the permission of the chairman of the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority in order to open the door of the outer clinic of the authority to the public. We will bring, and this is always in coordination with the Ministry of Public Health. I made about 5 health campaigns. We bring a van from the Ministry of Health and Population, equipped with a mammogram and sonar, and we let the women come from outside to come and make these tests, and during for free, of course, and during such operation, we will speak to them about nuclear, and they are not to fear the nuclear. We will also go to schools and go to universities and make webinars about the subject. Regarding Africa, I used to organize webinars, and this was with the African Commission for Nuclear and with the International Atomic Energy Authority and with the International Society for Development of Women in STEM. And we make webinars about the importance of nuclear as a fuel, the importance of nuclear in finding water resources and in food irrigation, and all the peaceful application of nuclear. And this is to alleviate the fear which is inside people, the public, from the word nuclear. Okay. I want to speak something about leadership. Do you have the time, or okay? Women fear leadership. Why women leadership fear leadership? They feel leadership because of the responsibility and of the stress when you are a leader, of course, you will always be under stress because of people jealous of you, because the problems that happens during the work. So you should be, I encourage women to be leaders. Why? It is important to lead, not to be led. It's important to be a role model. It's important to be the one managing the things and not only a contributor. Being a leader, you will increase your skills, because when you are responsible, you will force yourself to learn new skills. So leadership is very important, and you must seek the leadership. You have to understand that leadership is not about holding a position or getting flow charts. It's about taking the hands of others, sacrificing your time to help others elevate and contribute to your society. So, to be a leader, you have to have a lot of properties. You have to be fair, you have to be just, you have to have empathy, you have to feel the feelings of others. So it's not an easy job, and you have to train yourself because it is worthwhile to be a leader. They say that women are different from men in their minds. The only difference in the brain of the man than a woman is in the hormone receptors, testosterone for men and progesterone and estrogen for women. So there is no difference between a man mind and a woman mind for science. The only way is the cognitive special function, and this function is something you can train yourself on it, because when you are young, you will bring to your child a girl, a doll, and the boy will bring blocks and engineering and things like that. So you train the boy from his young age for engineering, and you train the girl for being a caregiving. So you should take care of this. And this special cognitive function, even if you don't have it, by practice you can get it and be capable of working in any STEM subject. Also, you have to know that life is not a fairy tale. Even if you are sitting alone, not talking with anybody, people won't leave you. So when you are successful and when you are working hard, people will try to get you down. But you have to be strong enough and never allow them to take you down by working harder and harder, and never listen to what they are saying, because you have to be strong and life is not a fairy tale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sophie. Thank you for these insights. I absolutely agree that you should be strong when you are realizing your dreams and when you are pursuing your goals. And I think that our next speaker will add to this insight. Ms. Olivia Limpa, President of the Philippine Archipelago International Trading Corporation. So, Ms. Olivia, could you please share your experience as a businesswoman? What are your insights? What are your advice for women? How would you advise them to pursue their goals from the perspective of development of international business? Thank you.
Hello. So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are not too sleepy and satisfied with our snacks today. But anyway, so as mentioned by Anna, I'm a businesswoman. So I'm not really a STEM person. But you would be surprised that in almost everything in life, there is a STEM component. So even if I'm president of the Phil Archipelago, which is a trading company doing international business. But my real family core business is in liquors. So we are the oldest distillery in the Philippines. And we have been in business for 173 years. And I'm the 5th generation master blender and distiller. So you don't know that, right? So it's you would be surprised that even in liquor making, there is a lot of STEM. There's science, there's technology, there's engineering, because we ferment, we distill, we process, we have our plants, we have to know how to do engineering designs for the plants, we have process equipment. So everything in whatever you do, whatever field you are, for as long as there is a STEM component, it will help you and make it easy for you to go from one field to another. And from there, because of my exposure in the liquor making, I was able to venture into other businesses. Now, why am I in the liquor business? As a woman, I'm probably one of the first female CEOs in the liquor business. And that is because it's not that I wanted to, but it was out of necessity. As you know, my parents, my late parents, had no sons. We are a family of 7 sisters. And my father trained everyone, each sister before me, to see if they would be able to make it in the distilling business. Unfortunately, somehow they dropped out of the training when they started to have families and they decided to take care of their children or pursue other interests. And me being the 5th in the family, I decided that if I didn't help my dad, what would happen to our business? So sometimes opportunities come out of necessity. And it's also up to us if we want to take the challenge and take that opportunity to help the family. So now let me go back to what Henny and Emiya said, that whatever you do, because they're in government, what is important is they help their country improve. And so when I was young, that was also my intention, was to help my family. And from there, from my exposure in the distillery business, we ventured into bottled water. Water also has a lot of STEM in it. I also tried my hand in publishing, which is a softer skill, but I can tell you the harder businesses are the more exciting ones. Okay, so from there, during the pandemic, I also went into the medical field. Opportunities, as I say, crises bring opportunities, and that's when I was able to bring in the Sputnik vaccine to the Philippines. So I am the EU, our company, Philippine Archipelago, is the EUA holder of the Sputnik vaccine in the Philippines. And I was the special envoy of then President Duterte to the Russian Federation. And that was one of my assignments, to bring vaccine to the Philippines. So again, I had to study the medical field, right? Because to get all these regulatory permits and licenses, I had to go through so much medical information. So my background in liquor making also paved the way for me to be able to move into another field when there was an opportunity. It made it easier because although there are differences, there are also many common areas where you can use your experience in one field for the next field. And then, of course, since we are in a defense college, I also have experience in the defense business. So I have defense contracts also. I had defense contracts with the government because, again, it's also STEM. It's also technology. So in business, your technology background is going to be very helpful. So one day when you decide that you don't want to be just in the STEM field, your STEM experience can also help you shift or move to the business world. And the business world is also a very exciting world. Now, so now brings me to my work with Rosatom. So how did I get involved with Rosatom? As you know, a lady here earlier, a young lady asked me about nuclear energy in the Philippines. Yes, we are one of the first in the ASEAN to have a nuclear power plant called Bataan Nuclear Power Plant, which was built in 1984. Unfortunately, due to politics, that plant never operated. All they needed to do was to push the button and it would be operating already. But sometimes political challenges come in the way and that project was mothballed. And today, it hasn't been run for how many decades, and it would be, I think it's quite difficult, but there is always hope. So the reason why I'm actively also helping with the International Council of Women in Technology and Industry is because I really want the Philippines to have nuclear energy because it is really the best substitute for base load power. Although renewable energy is important, it's just to support, but not as a substitute for base load power. And one day, I hope that it will happen. I hope it will happen during my time. If not, being a fifth generation businesswoman, I will pass it on to my children. So that's my mentality, right? If I can't finish it during my time, my children will take care of it. But yes, I really take my hats off to all these women in STEM because they really work hard to be there. And for me, as a businesswoman, I don't have to be to know as deep, to have as deep knowledge as them, but I just have to know enough to be able to sell it. That is a businesswoman, okay? So those of you who are very much into STEM have the advantage. For us, we have to really study more, but know enough so that we are able to explain why it's useful, how the technology works in general terms, and know how to work with bureaucracy to make things happen. And of course, I'm very, very touched by what Henny and Emiya said. Indonesia is very lucky that you have government officials that love their country so much. I think if all countries have more government officials who have such dedication and love for country, every country will be very successful and progressive. And lastly, I do encourage everyone to really, really do their best. As everybody said here, as if I may quote also from you have to prove yourself, according to Ina. She had to prove yourself. There's no such thing as things given to you on a silver platter. No matter who you are, no matter what field, no matter what station in life, if you want to compete in a man's world, you prove yourself. There are no there is no slack given to you because you're a woman. If you want to be in a man's world, compete with a man and win. Okay? And of course, there is also this actually I don't want to repeat what they said because a lot of the women already gave so many good advices, but it's really important that there's also one. Emiya said, and I want to stress this. A woman to be successful in any field, in any career, in any business, it's important to have a supportive husband. Because if you don't have a supportive husband, how can you pursue your career, your business, or whatever field? So for us who have supportive husbands, we are the lucky ones. And for those who are not married, make sure you choose the right man. Because as they say, one of life's good fortunes is having a good spouse. So that's another topic altogether. We can talk about that next time. How to choose a good spouse. Yeah. So also, lastly, I would say, you just have to keep going. You keep trying. As Henny said, networking is very important. And for me, it's always keeping your eyes and ears open, using your intuition, and you have to couple it with courage. Because sometimes we have to dive into the unknown. And if you don't have the courage to do so, you will never know what's there for you. And you must always have passion, ambition, and a strong resolve for you to succeed. So I hope that everybody will believe more in themselves, have more courage to pursue their dreams in life. And if you are wise, you have to be street smart, of course. If you're wise and street smart and hardworking and all of that, there's no reason not to succeed. And as they say, right, I think what is important also to note is that organizations are always looking for talent. And we as young people are always looking for opportunities. So we just have to keep going so that both will meet the needs of the organizations and the needs of the young people for opportunities will enable us to cross paths and achieve what we want in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olivia. I think that it is one of a new business ideas. So next seminar we should organize is about how to find the right husband who will support you in everything. And I think all the participants of today's, women participants of the session will come to the seminar. And just to be serious.
Yes, and if I may add, how to find husbands, and for the men, how to be good husbands.
And how to be a good husband. So it will be seminar for both women and and men. And if to speak seriously, thank you for this idea that sometimes success is also a responsibility, and you have to be courageous. You need courage to make this decision, to take this responsibility, and to develop this success, which already was developed by 5 generations before you. So it's really a very serious decision for a woman. And I agree that you need to have a supporting family with you to support you in this development. And of course, it's very important to be courageous and to be competitive, as you said, in the male world. And now our next speaker, Marsha from Pajajaran University. As I promised to you, Marsha just recently returned from Moscow, and she is a part of students team who participated in our Hack Atom competition, nuclear competition for students. And Marsha was the only girl in this team, which consisted mostly of boys. And I think she was this competitive part of this team because thanks to her energy and to her talent to present the project, the team took the 2nd place on the international competition of students in Moscow. So, Marsha, could you please share with us your experience, both participating in this competition and also what advice would you like to give to the students of Defense University and of other participants today about how to succeed in the men's world and in STEM? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Anna. It seems like everyone here is getting sleepy, so let me do a little bit of an icebreaker. Selamat pagi! I know it's no longer in the morning, but I feel like if I don't say a thing or two about being in the morning, everyone will assume that it's afternoon already and it's fair for us to sleep. Okay, so let me start with a little bit of history. Back in 1927, physicists, chemists, biologists, scientists all over the world gathered to solve enigmas of their era. But among those groups of men, there was only one woman who we now know as the mother of radiation, Marie Curie. Through hardship and adversity, she could finally establish herself as one of the most notable scientists in the field of nuclear science. Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, peers, colleagues, esteemed guests, honorable dignitaries of the Defense University, stakeholders, policymakers, professionals in the field of nuclear technology, and wonderful women fighting for the sake of nuclear development. I'm Marsha Wardana, but you can call me Marsha. When I came here this morning, everyone thought that I was part of the participants, which, to be fair, it's kind of true because I'm no different than most of you guys. I am also a student, and I'm currently a 2nd-year medical student at Universitas Pajajaran. Who's from medicine here? Is anyone from the field of medicine? Kedokteran? Oh, okay, that's kind of pity. Okay. So, and honestly, I couldn't be here if it weren't for the efforts of Bryn and Rostam. So big applause to Miss Anna and Bugeni from Bryn and Rostam. Talking about women in nuclear, I had the opportunity to compete in Bryn's and Rosatom's hackathon competition surrounding nuclear science called Hackathon in its national and international level. So you may know me from my group. It's called Tahu Sumedang, and it's a group of 5 people. And I was the only girl there. I was surrounded by boys, and apparently they because a wise person once said, and that wise person is sitting next to me, that sometimes it has to come out of necessity when you want to lead something. And apparently that was the case for me too, because the boys picked me as the leader of their group. But I took it with respect, and I just moved forward because that's the only thing that I could have done. There's nothing else I can do. And thank God we were fortunate enough to be the first winner in the national scale of the global hackathon, as well as the second winner alongside the special prize for the international scale of global hackathon. So what we really did in the hackathon was that we were expected to solve real-life cases surrounding surrounding nuclear technology, whether it's medicine, whether it's social sciences, whether it's rocket sciences like what we had in the final stage. It's really diverse, and you really need to explore, what you really can do with your scope of interest. So in the first stage, which is the national stage in Yogyakarta, we were expected to teach nuclear science to normal people, to common folks. Does anyone here play Roblox? Oh, does anyone play Roblox here? Or Minecraft? Yes, that's actually a hidden potential. You need to use that because during my first stage in Jakarta, I used Minecraft. I initially wanted to use Roblox for the group, but we didn't have much time for the rendering. We used Minecraft to teach nuclear medicine for the common folks. And then things get pretty different in the second stage, which is in the international level of the global hackathon, because we pivoted from Roblox and those somewhat easier way of explaining things into something more complex, which is chemistry. We developed a proposal about using various isotopes to screen the astronauts' circadian rhythm and establish the patterns so we can cure them, because we know that astronauts suffer from jet lags, they suffer from various diseases that stems from the abnormal body metabolism. So we gave them like a therapy with radioisotopes as the solution. But honestly, it's a bit, I know it's something that it's a once in a lifetime experience. Like imagine being stuck in the same room with all your teammates alongside my supervisor, Dr. Ghazali. I don't want to say my biggest gratitude for him as well for aiding us throughout our process in the competition. And then us, we're medical students, we are sleep deprived, and yet we are making a solution on how to maintain your circadian rhythm. And after a second thought, I probably need to implement that solution for me now, because apparently I don't have a good sleeping pattern either, and I think it applies for everyone. Yeah, it can be used for ordinary people as, yeah, we need to collaborate to make that proposal a reality, because I believe that not only astronauts deserve to have a normal circadian rhythm, that everyone does, especially people who work graveyard shifts, 9 to 5, they definitely need those. So I look forward to anyone willing to cooperate with me on making that solution a reality. In Moscow, let me tell you a thing or two about Global Hackathon and why you need to join it. So we don't just compete. We had excursions to various universities, especially engineering universities in Moscow, such as MEFI, MISI, and even myself as a medical student who had no prior experience in engineering, I finally know what a tokamak is, which is a nuclear reactor. It's one of a kind in MEFI. There are still several of them outside of there, but that was the one that we were shown. And aside from that, we were also taken to the All-Russian Museum, in which we were shown about every state in Russia and every region in Russia, and then we were also taught about the history of Russia and also the long line of its nuclear development. Last but not least, we were also given the opportunity to listen to a speech by one of the renowned Russian astronauts, and his name was Mr. Anton. Give me a minute. Anton Kaplerov, forgive me if I pronounce his name incorrectly, and he's a renowned cosmonaut from Russia. He's been in the ISS for decades, and he had the opportunity to talk with us, to give a lecture on how life was in outer space. And honestly, I couldn't trade that for anything because I know how hard it is to find information about outer space, let alone a first-hand information, a first-hand account in Indonesia. So I went there and I met Mr. Anton, and it was really I could never be more grateful because I've been struggling to learn about aerospace medicine before I went to Russia. And through his lectures, I was finally able to understand how tough life is when you're being stationed in outer space and you couldn't see your surrounding. All you can see was darkness, and you're being separated from your beloved ones. So, if you want to explore more about the field of nuclear, you should definitely partake in Global Hackathon, regardless of what your major is, because I'm from medicine, especially if you're from engineering or STEM, this would be a way better experience for you because you'll definitely be more familiar with the terms I mentioned before. And I really do hope for Bryn and Rosatom so you can hold the Global Hackathon again next year so these wonderful people from the Defense University are able to partake in it and explore their potentials in the field of nuclear medicine, field of nuclear science, sorry. Now, I'm going to pivot a bit about my scope of interest because I'm a medical student, so it'll only be natural for me to talk about nuclear medicine. It's still a lesser known specialty in Indonesia. It has only one center in the whole archipelago, which is in Rumah Sakit Hasan Sadikin Hospital, which is Pajajaran's main hospital. And it's the only one for now that offers residential course for nuclear medicine in Indonesia. So if any of you have friends or besties from the field of medicine, from the medicine major, because I know that there is also military medicine here. I have several colleagues here. You can definitely tell them that there's an opportunity in nuclear medicine. And nuclear medicine is not just something that that restricts yourself into doing X-rays or even scanning through bones and whatnot, but it also offers a fast opportunity in other systems, such as, let's say you want cancer. Yeah, cancer is one of the well-known examples of it. But let's talk about cardiology. Prostate cancer. Yeah, prostate cancer, PSMA. It's also one of the better-known implementation of nuclear medicine. But let's say cardiology, you want to be a cardiologist. PET now offers the chance for you to know whether or not this person with atherosclerosis or a stenosis of their blood vessel is able to live for a certain period of time. Or let's say you're into neurology. We have fluorine 18, we have copper 64, and they're able to dismantle the amyloid beta protein known to cause Alzheimer's disease. But that's not it. Maybe if we're talking about the Defense University, maybe most of you are more interested into aerospace medicine. And let me tell you something, aerospace medicine is something that we really explore in the field of nuclear medicine because we talk about acute radiation syndrome, and we even use Ernsting. Yes, the Ernsting book for aerospace medicine to deal with our case previously when we had the competition in Russia. So last but not least, this is my advice for you. Don't be scared to broaden your horizon and step into the unknown regardless of what your major is. I'm no different than any of you. I'm also a student. It's just apparently I had the opportunity to be exposed earlier to the field of nuclear science. And I believe every one of you here in the Defense University is a talented person. So a wise man once said, it's never too late to start. If I can do it, so can you. Please join next year's hackathon. Hope to see you again. Applause to everyone.
Thank you very much, Marsha, for this very inspiring presentation. I think that you guys will have a lot of questions to Marsha. Please feel free to ask her also about her experience in Russia. And now I would like to start Q&A session. We have now time for questions. After Q&A session, I will also ask you to scan QR codes. Maybe my colleagues can already show QR code for the first one, for the survey. So please fill in the questions in this questionnaire. And please feel free to ask questions to our speakers, both those who are now on stage and to those who were speaking on the first part. Please. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is First Sergeant Major Cadet Takwa. I'm from electrical engineering. And first, I will thanks a lot for the speaker to give motivation and some key points how to acknowledge to overcome the challenge. So here I have a question more related to the what we talking about. So here, some of the story is talking about the regarding the interdisciplinary transition. So I hear story that you have success in one sector and then you move on to another sector that sounds like different things. So so how to be successfully navigate between those two or more fields, like moving from the social science to the technical field. Like so the question is, what is strategy that you find the most effective for bringing the conceptual gap between these separate domains? And second question is, what were the most significant challenges you encountered while mastering the foundational knowledge of this new field, and how did you overcome them? Maybe that's all. Thank you.
Okay, I will answer the first question, then ask me the second one. Well, science, the best science output is interdisciplinary science. So when you work in a group, suppose I'm a medical, someone medical, I work in molecular biology. I have a chemist who will prepare for me nano scaffolds, and we will use this to make, to cure wounds or irradiation-induced wounds. So when you work in groups and we work together, we get better results. So, the other one?
Thank you. Maybe from another speaker from your perspective, maybe?
Yes. For me, well, first of all, I took up economics. So in economics, it's very conceptual. We learn the basic principle, the concept. So I use that educational, that academic foundation in learning new things. So when I go into a new field, first I need to understand the principle behind this technology or this product. And then what I do next is, if you don't understand it, it's like you're memorizing formulas which don't make sense. So when you have a formula or like an equation, you have to understand what are the relationship of those factors in that equation, right? So I think that's the basic way to learn new things. And then if you still find difficulty learning it, it's best to find a mentor, an expert in it, that can explain to you the questions. But of course, before you go to your mentor, you make sure that you study, so you ask intelligent questions, or else they don't want to answer you. So you should have studied everything, and those that you don't understand, you go to him and ask him, or her, why is this so? Can you explain this to me? And they'll be very happy to explain it to you. That is how I learned it. And then, of course, you have to study the laws that are related to that subject or that industry, and the implementing rules and regulations, so that you have a well-rounded understanding of the industry and the technology behind it, and you know what to look out for. So for me, that's how I go from one industry to another, so that I'm able to maybe not express or explain things so scientifically, but in my own layman's terms. I can explain it so that the person understands that and knows that I understand what I'm talking about. That is my basic way of learning new things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe speakers from our first part would also like to add about what you think about challenges in intergovernmental approach and in switching between different industries in your work, between technology and medicine, between social work and nuclear energy. So maybe you can give some advice about this interdisciplinary approach.
I would like to comment on one side. Of course, social sciences and engineering may be different, but there are times, especially during some natural disasters or technological disasters, both disciplines have to work together. What happened in my time when I was a young research scientist, Chernobyl happened. And many people were affected, and Turkey's nuclear power program were also affected, because we had a very negative public reaction at that time against nuclear power plants. But we'll have to show them that, okay, not all the radioactivity was on the air, not all the cancers were due to Chernobyl, only limited amount of radioactivity were thrown and they dissolved and they have half times to decay and etc. We were investigating food and water analysis, but it was very difficult to convince people. So what we did, not only in Turkey, in all Europe, in different groups of scientists, started carrying out public surveys. And you need it in Indonesia as well to assess public reaction. At that time, you'll have to work together, technicians, technocrats, nuclear physicists, engineers, with psychologists. These are really very important group of social scientists. I remember after Chernobyl period, I worked with Swedish scientists, Austrian psychologists, Turkish ones from UK, because they started developing programs on human behavior. Because after all, everything depends on behavior. Even the nuclear power reactor operators' behavior is very important. And my most famous work was what I've done on the stress levels of reactor operators, stress performance. So nuclear business is multidisciplinary area. You can be very successful being a social scientist in the area or many other applications. So it is very important to develop a good interaction between the disciplines. It depends on your idea. And again, STEM is very important because STEM means developing bright ideas, designing new projects, problem solving. When it comes to problem solving, you design a project. For example, I designed a Black Sea assessment project. People said that what's got to do with nuclear engineering? It happened to be there. It was very difficult. Most successful project of the International Atomic Energy Agency, technical cooperation. So you ladies and women and all the nuclear scientists have bright ideas. There are endless amount of work, and it needs lots of cooperation within the country, within the companies, and international, because it's a cross-boundary problem, and in between the nations. So I'm very pleased to be here because we proved in this International Council good cooperation between various countries who are using nuclear power for peace and for the development of the world. So I suggest you will do the same in the future. So good luck to Indonesia. You have a challenging work.
Thank you.
I want to tell you something. There is in life, it is a shift of path. Suppose you are graduated from the Faculty of Pharmacy, then something forbids you from carrying on your PhD in this college. So you found another institute which provides you better learning. Let's say you go and study environmental sciences. So this is a continuation of your first study, and then you would go into another path where you will learn something more. So during our life, sometimes the door is closed and there is a window. We have to accept this window and accept this shift of path. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues, for the comments, and thank you for the question. I think you also have a present from the organizers. Any more questions? Yes, please go to the microphone. We have a microphone at the center.
Sorry. So, good afternoon. My name is Mariana, and I am a mining engineer student from Trisakti University in Jakarta. And yeah, I'm very proud and honored to take part in this session among such strong and inspired women today. Thank you so much. And I have a question. As a young woman and mining engineering student, I observed that both the mining and nuclear industry remain largely male-dominant. Beyond structural barriers, I also noticed that patriarchy structure and also patriarchy culture still strongly influence how women's roles and abilities technical fields are perceived. In your opinion and in your view, how can the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals number 5 about gender equality help challenge and transform these patriarchy norms to create a more equal and inclusive space for all the women in heavy energy sectors such as mining and nuclear? Thank you.
Well, in Egypt, by the law, women are in equal terms with men. We have the same wages, we have the same rights. So the government encouraged women long ago to go into science and to study. We have ever since 1952, education is free and obligatory for the first six schools. In Egypt, at the end of school, girls have have better numbers than boys and have better positions than boys. The problem with women is that they think about one of the days they'll get married. So they will choose education, nursing. Of course, they all want to go to medicine. And they are afraid from the responsibility of engineering and computer sciences. So a woman, I think that computer sciences is very good for women because even when she gets married, she can work at home. You know, there are jobs which would be STEM too, but they are suitable for women to work at home. So you have to understand the STEM is very important for your future. To have a good position at the social ladder, to help your children to study during the school, their education, So it has to be cultivated at the younger age to girls. That STEM is important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I have that's very good question and inspired me to my future. I think I can hear the more answer from the speakers.
Yes, for me, I'll give you very practical answer. Well, actually, why do companies like to hire more men than women in those fields? Well, first of all, because women eventually we will have families, we will get pregnant, we will have children, right? It's part of it. It's really important. So if you really, really want to be in that field, you have to prepare yourself and your family as well. So if they give you an assignment to be assigned outside of your hometown, you have to stay in another, for instance, another location, another province. If you take it, you're in. You don't take it, X, right? So what does it mean? If you want to grow in the corporate ladder, you want to move up, you have to, as I said, I go back again, you have to have an understanding and supportive husband. Number two, you have to have family support. What happens if you have to leave your children? So you have to have somebody, your parents, your in-laws, you have to have help to help you with child rearing. Because if not, of course, as a mother, if you don't have that option, you will have to bow out of that field. Because at the end of the day, you cannot leave your child. And then, of course, you also have to make a decision. How many children do I want to have? Because every pregnancy in the eyes of the employer, and now I'm talking as an employer, is again a deterrent for you to move up. So if you want to move up, you want to be in that field, you want to go places, how many children do you want? The more children, the less chances for you to succeed. That is the reality of life. I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat it because it's the reality. We have to face it, right? The men is easier. They don't give birth. They can leave their families. The wife will take care of the children. But if you are a woman and you want a career, you have to also be able to do what a man can do. And if you don't have the support system, it's like really difficult. So you will have to prepare that. Going into mining, for example, they bring you to this mining site and you have to be an engineer and stay in the mining site. So what will you do with your family? So if you're willing and you have the option to take care of your family and to take care of your career at the same time, then it doesn't matter, you're a man, you're a woman, you're gay, whatever, because you're good and you don't create problems for your company, you're okay. You'll move up your corporate ladder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. First, I wanted to add, as a mother of 3 children and a successful professional. So you can see it is possible, of course, to be a mother of many children and to be a successful professional, but I absolutely agree that you need support of your family and of society. And this is into development of this idea that to have support from your family, you need a supportive society. So society should understand that women are very useful in different fields, not only in some social science, but also in technical and engineering. They can give a very big, very significant impact. And in this regard, I think that events like this, events for public, events for students, where we can share experience of successful women internationally, they are very important. So this is one of the tools, how we can change these statistics. And when society is supportive in the psychological level, then they will create tools to support women with different institutions, like kindergartens, like special programs for working women, and special conditions for them, and so on. And I know that Dr. Gül also wanted to comment on this. So please, Dr. Gül.
Okay. Well, let me congratulate you for choosing mining because it's one of the most difficult sectors in the world. Believe me, being in the nuclear is much more easier and safer than being in the mining industry. And for making your family, it's good luck. It will be very difficult, but please take a magic solution from Olivia, how to choose a good spouse first. Okay, you need it immediately. Mining industry is very interesting. We all need mining sector in the world, but there are very strong public reactions in Turkey. Nobody wants mining in the forest and in the well-developed area. And there are very strong public reaction, more than nuclear power. And also concerning risk, the risks are very high, much higher than nuclear industry. And you will learn so much in safety, and mining industry needs women. Why? Because women are more careful about environment and safety. What I'm doing now, if you ask me, I'm a CEO of a private company, why I opened this? I retired, I worked very hard in my past, but I started thinking, what do I do with all this info and knowledge and my research of the successful research in the past? When you retired, what to do? I could not be normal retired people. But there were so many things I thought I could do for my country and for the world. So it's the safety culture. Now I'm doing training in safety culture in each part of the everyday life. In all the organization needs safety. And what we do about the safety, this is what we learn from our experience in nuclear. And safety culture is developed after the nuclear power accidents, developed well and adopted by all the sectors. So it is very important for women being in the mining industry, so you could design safety culture projects and you should be picking up very important points which may save lives of many laborers, companies and people in the area. So I wish you very good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your question, Mariana. I think we also have present for you. And we will have one more question. So please come to the microphone for the final question. Yes, please come to the mic.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for the opportunity to me. I can stand here. An honor to be here. I'm Emmanuel Heprianto Simanjuntak. I want to ask one question to Miss Olivia. I'm very interested in your statement that opportunities can come from needs and even from crises like the COVID-19 pandemic. How can we, as the young generation, build the right mindset and courage to see and take opportunities in this constantly changing world? Because many of us have ideas, but are often afraid to start it. Thank you.
Yes, that's a very good question. Actually, this is what I teach my children. Okay? My children are also all grown. My eldest is 39 years old. My youngest is, I have 3 sons, 39, 37, 33. And sometimes they like to criticize their mother, right? They say, oh, you know, that's not in fashion anymore. That's so old fashioned and all that. Then I tell them, okay, you don't like my ideas because you think I don't understand Gen Z, fine. Then do what you have to do, but do it. You see? So, of course, I was also young then, and I did the same thing to my dad, you know. So I understand how this goes. So the most important really is you have something in your mind, okay? You really, really, really want to do it, right? So what do? You study it very well first. Huh? If It depends also on your finances. You want to do something, can I afford it? If you can't afford it, you don't have the financing, don't do it because you don't want to lose your shirt. But if it's something you can afford, huh, you can take a calculated risk. Never take any kind of risk, always a calculated risk. And what is a calculated risk? You have to first do your research. Do some pencil pushing. If your pencil pushing will show that you can make it work, right? And the investment is something you can afford. Don't borrow money. Don't what do you call that? Mortgage your house for that. No. Always start small. Always start with something within your means. And when you studied everything, make sure you study everything. Take a calculated risk. Do it. Actually do it. It's money that you know, if you lost it, if you lose that money, fine. Because even if I lost it, at least I gained experience. If it doesn't work, study, analyze what happened. Family will go hungry if you become a aeronautical medicine practitioner. You can couple it with, although it's your passion, pursue it. But couple it with something with a demand big enough to support you and your family. So always look, is there a market for it? Is there a need for it? Is it something I can afford? Huh? Can I make it work? If you really, really feel strongly about it, then do it. But if it doesn't work, revise and redo it again. But then also know that if you just go into something that everybody else is doing, that's you're bound to fail because you become a copycat. So don't be a copycat also. So those are the things. But have the courage to do it. Because a good plan, this is a saying I learned from our merchandising coach. The good implementation of a bad plan is better than the bad implementation of a good plan. So the most important is execution. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we also have present for the question. You see, asking questions is very profitable. So next time, please don't be shy, ask your questions. And I would like to thank once again all our speakers today. Thank you for very inspiring presentations of your experience, for your advice. I would like to thank the organizers of this event and of course the Defense University. Thank you very much for having us today. And I would also like to thank all the students. We have one more QR code for you. Please show us the QR code for certificate. So this is, no, it's not questionnaire, another one. Sorry, it was a mistake from the organizers. Okay, so I would like once again to thank everyone and just one more. Yes, I would like to invite a representative from Defense University now on stage because I have a souvenir from Rosatom State Corporation.
Excuse me, for the participants can go into the stage, have a photo group session. Okay. Now, please for the participants, untuk peserta bisa untuk maju ke depan mengikuti foto bersama. Untuk peserta acara diharapkan untuk maju ke depan, semua peserta acara.
Terima kasih kepada Ibu Ana Belikanova.
We also extend our deepest appreciation to our research speakers for invaluable knowledge and insight. We hope that we can implement what we learned today for our collective progress.